Good morning, everybody. Following the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here, you mind?
God, we thank you for the opportunity to come together and do the business of the county again today. We ask that you give our commissioners guidance and insight into the decisions of the county. Pray, Lord, that you watch over and protect our county. Pray.
Good morning, everybody. I'll make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes from last week. Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I make a motion we pay the claims in the amount of $478,627.92.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Got 3 abatements. And the total on that is a reduction of tax of $2,299.47.
I'll make a motion that we approve abatement number 909, 22-911, and 22-912 for a total of $2,299.47 tax reduction.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We have Sheriff's monthly fee report.
The end of the month report for May, the total is $2,560. What that includes is inmate housing, then civil services, VINs reports, concealed carry, registered offenders, and fingerprinting.
We just need a motion to accept it.
I'll make a motion that we accept the end of the month report from the Sheriff's Office.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I've got the park report made.
The 2023 park year-to-date report. Income total for the month of May is $39,744.18. And our expenditures are $17,492.13 for a gain of $22,252.05. Which is way up from from April, which was 6,200 roughly.
Yeah, they had a really good month this far.
So we're almost breaking even for the year.
Real close now.
$611 in the hole.
Now we just need to make money.
And then I also have a copy of the employment contract with the assistant county attorney. It's already been signed by Burton and by Justin. I think we just need to allow the chair to sign the contract.
I'll make a motion that we allow the chair, Danny McCullough, to sign the contract for the commission for Justin Meeks.
I'll second. Motion moved and second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And this basically just goes over what Burton had stated here last time he was in. How
And it's already been signed by Burton and Justin, so they've approved it and agreed to it.
I didn't vote on that. So. Mine votes no.
I don't think if so before he was a part-time position, correct?
Yes.
Now he's going to be an exempt salaried employee and shall be paid salary or an annual salary, right?
Right.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 2-1. Missed it.
The June 5th.
I think that's all I have for you for now.
We got an email from the health department. She is in training, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, they were on their way to a meeting somewhere this morning. I don't remember where it was.
She says she plans on being here next week to discuss the classroom. Gary, you got anything right off the bat?
Nope.
AMR?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with American Medical Response. Transport numbers wise, so far for this month, we're at 9 transports, which is a little bit busier than we've been trending, which is common in the warm summertime down here. And last month we finished out at 65 transports, which was pretty high compared to previous months. So I'll have that detailed report broken down for you next week. Other than that, just still working on filling the one paramedic position. And that's all I got. Anything for me?
I don't have anything.
Thank you, Gabe.
Thank you.
Have a good week.
Sheriff?
Yeah, I think Randy's out on a call. I saw him go through lights and siren earlier.
Yeah, Randy's on a silo fire over on Jackson or Ferris, somewhere like that. Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. Our total inmates in are 49 today. We had 16 releases this past week. I have 32 farmed in. This last week we had 187 911 calls, 3,445 contacts in the jail. Total calls for service were 542. Served 25 civil service papers, done 3 VIN inspections, had 12 new case openings and 9 case closures, 5 vehicle crashes, 120 bailiff contacts at the court. 29 of those resulted in a call for service, 11 livestock out calls. And this past week, I sent the commissioners and the counselor elected officials our monthly totals for housing. For May, we billed $76,650 for inmate housing and inmate transportation services. And that was to U.S. government, U.S. Marshal Service, and to Wyandotte County. And that brings yearly total to $371,700 for inmate housing and transportation services. Anything for me?
Did we look at increasing our inmate holdings?
We have, of course, both services that we hold for would love to increase, but right now with our staffing,
Okay.
probably remain where we're at until we got to get past June anyway. June's a rough month. I sent you guys kind of a jail report about that.
Right.
I got 2 on military leave this month, 1 on FMLA, 1 on maternity leave. So we're just struggling there. Right?
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, just a little information. There's nothing we can do with this yet, but I do have all the valuations in now, so I can get all the revenue neutral rates and things calculated this week. We are up almost 13 million in value this year. And it actually came from locally assessed values this year because the state assessed went down about 6 million.
State assessed to be the power plant.
Well, it's all power plant, railroads, pipelines, phone companies. But the change was at the power plant. The Evergy Metro half of the business went up about 4 million, but the Evergy Kansas South went down about 10 million. So I don't know how that all works. We never know with the state assessed. We just get the numbers from them.
Jessica?
Good morning, Jessica Hightower. I have a request for you this morning. We applied for the Moderate Income Housing Grant for the first round this year. We were not awarded that. Darcy's been working really hard to complete our housing assessment. I expect it to be completed from our end this week. We'll turn it into the state. They'll make it pretty and send it back. So with that, we are planning on applying for the Moderate Income Housing Grant Round 3, which Round 2 was due Friday, so the Round 3 hasn't been announced yet, but we know it's coming. I would like us to contract with the Regional Planning Commission for them to apply for us and administer the grant. They have applied for other communities, been successful multiple times, and I've discussed our projects with Susan, who would be the one applying for us. She's one of the grant writers down there, and she is willing to do the work for us. Because this grant is more involved than what they normally apply for, they would charge us a $5,000 application fee, which we can take out of ARPA funds. And then we would also, the administration fee would be $18,000, excuse me, and that comes out of the grant funding. We would like to get started on the process as soon as we can. That way we're ready to apply when the RFP is released. She's going to make several trips to Linn County to meet with us, talk to you all, talk to developers that would be interested to make sure we get all of our ducks in a row.
And how much are we applying for in the grant?
So the grant portion is $650,000. And then there's also a revolving loan piece that is for infrastructure that I'm interested in looking at this year or this time. I don't have a lot of detail on that part yet, but that is basically to bring the infrastructure to the new housing development.
What is the reason we can't apply for it ourselves?
It's very complicated. They have relationships with the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation, which is the entity that manages the grant. They write grants all the time. Theirs is going to be more to the standard that what they're looking for. It's a highly competitive grant.
And we didn't get the first round?
We did not get the first round.
Did we get any feedback on your application?
We did. There were a couple things that were missing. There was the pro forma from the developer wasn't quite right, but I don't know what exactly they're looking for. They don't give me a sample to send to the developer. Having our housing assessment done will help with the next grant application because they use that information to base our need off of.
So you said we pay them $5,000 to apply for it. That's
Yes.
get it or not get it.
Yes.
And then 18 if we do get it?
Yes, and the 18 comes out of the grant funds if we're awarded. The 5 does not. We have to pay that up front.
Do we allocate money to them each year for,
We do.
what's that go for?
I think it's around 5,000, and it's based on population by county. So the 12 county Southeast Kansas region all pays in a membership fee every year, and they vary because our populations are different.
Oh, just a membership fee?
Yep,
No
it's a
repayment.
membership fee, yes. And they haven't changed that rate that they charge us per population for a very long time.
Did we have to pay 5,000 for the last one we applied for?
No, we applied for that one. I didn't get it. The MIH grant.
Yeah, did they write the last one?
No, we did.
Oh, we did, okay. Do you think if them writing it's going to help us out? a lot?
I can't guarantee that we'll get it, but we will have a much higher chance of being awarded that grant if they do it for us. We are also going to, Susan has agreed to look at our housing assessment before we submit it, because they've done those for other counties as well. She's not going to charge us to look at it. She's just going to give us her opinion, what she thinks of it, and then we'll make changes if needed and send it in.
And this grant was to build
So,
houses?
yes, the moderate income housing grant will build houses within a certain price range. I believe it's $160,000 to $230,000 for the price of the home, and that price range is dictated by the federal government. They determine what a moderate income is for everyone across the state. So that's ours. And with the grant funding, we have to build homes within that price range. We can use the funding for reimbursing some material costs for the builder. We can use it for there's several different things we can use it for. I think we can use it for some of it for down payment assistance. There's several things we can use it for. But yes, the goal is to increase the amount of moderate income housing in the county.
What do you think, Jim?
I don't know. Do we have to make a decision today?
If not today, I'd like to do it next week. The sooner we can get started on this, the better. It's a very complicated process, and if we can get a jump on it, we'll have a head start on the application once the RFP is released. Susan sent me a draft contract on Friday. I haven't sent it to Gary yet. If you would like to wait until next week, I can send that to Gary and he can look it over, and then we can sign it next week if you'd like.
You guys good with that?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
I'd like to know as quick on this kind of stuff as we can, because like I said.
Do what? I'm sorry,
I'd
what?
like to know quick as we can on this stuff, where this don't get dropped in their lap like this, or, you know.
What?
And I'd like to know if you.
Like a little lead time to make a decision, as we say.
Right. Well, I understand that. I was down there on Thursday for the annual meeting for the Regional Planning Commission, discussed it with Susan. So I didn't get the contract till Friday. So I'm not trying to dump it on you. And we can wait till next week if you want to do that to make an actual decision, but.
Can you also, when you send that stuff over, can you send over like just a short description of the first one we applied for, and then what this one can contribute to the county, like that?
Sure.
Just a short description.
Sure. I can do that.
You guys got anything else?
I don't have anything. Thanks, Jessica.
Thank you.
I got something for you.
Okay.
Have we ever looked into like an industrial development collaboration group in the county or anything like that? Or does your economic development group kind of fall under that?
That would be the Economic Development Group.
You
Yeah.
guys deal with that stuff a lot?
I don't know about a lot. So the industrial park over there at Pleasanton needs infrastructure built to it.
Which we applied for a grant one time, right? And we didn't.
We did. We applied actually twice for that grant. We didn't get it either time. But I mean, I would like to set some money back for that. I can't really market it the way it is. It's a bean field.
So you think it would be better if if we had a savings account or infrastructure already out there? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. It's much more marketable if it's not in the ground, if we have a plan for it, and there are engineers who will, draw up a plan for your infrastructure going forward.
So pretty much just something to throw in front of a developer and say, here you go.
Yeah. Because if we can show that we've done some forward planning and are interested in investing in our land, then they're going to be more likely to work with us. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of what I was wondering, during budget season, if that's something we need to think about.
If you're open to it, I would love to discuss it. I really think that that's something we should be investing in.
Did we look one time to see what it cost to get infrastructure in there?
We submitted the grant for $1 million, and that was for engineering and building.
Like on the Lacey Industrial Park, is there a plan for that already, kind of already laid out? I mean, that's already pretty much used up, isn't it?
We don't have much land there available
no.
yet left. Yeah, most of it's being utilized.
So really, we're over in Pleasant, our biggest.
Yep.
And how many acres do we have there that's undeveloped
Where?
at Pleasanton
It's roughly 300, I think.
total?
Yep.
And so we've got 160 to 200 acres.
Yeah.
And with that being us having a contract for farming on it, is that tax exempt or no?
We're paying taxes on.
That's all I have. Didn't answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean or Janet or Janet, do you have anything right up front?
Sean?
Okay.
She's here on her budget.
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. I sent you some information on an item we discussed last week as far as a request to assist Parker with their Lake Road project. I sent you all the information that we had about similar projects and how we handled those. And Jason's here to speak to you today on that project and give you their end of it.
Okay.
Morning, Commissioners. Jason Weber, City of Parker, Council President. Basically, what we're looking to have help with is years ago, we had roads put in around, kind of like a horseshoe around our lake that connected our little walking trail on the north end of it. Over the years, it's mounted up in areas to where you can't, makes it pretty much impassable in different areas without a big four-wheel drive vehicle. We've tried to fix it with our equipment that we have. It's not strong enough. We just pretty much need to get a road grader in there and level everything out, fix it up the right way, haul in some extra rock if we need to, whatever we need to do there. And then also in the same time, I talked to Mike about, and Sean, about seeing if we could get the use of a boom mower to come in around the lake itself to where we can make the lake more accessible for people to fish. It's kind of over the years is overgrown and made it pretty much unmanageable for our crews to do what we need to do. I know in the past we've worked with chipping, sealing everything on the roads, and whatever we have to pay to get the assistance, if we can get it, we would really appreciate it. Hopefully our plan is, I've met with our maintenance guy and our mayor also about doing this, and our plan is once we get the lake to where it's more accessible for everybody. I mean, we had people from Kansas City come down and fish in it. I mean, they come from everywhere to fish the little Parker Lake. It's really kind of crazy when you go out there on nights and weekends to see how many people are actually using it. But the problem is we've got just a few areas where they can actually access it without having to wade through, 5-6 foot tall brush to get to it. So we were just hoping that we could get some assistance with the use of that. go through and knock that down to where we could start maintaining it better. I've talked to our fish and game biologist, Don George, here in the county, and he said it needs to be done too. And then we just need to push the majority of the brush off into the water so we can build some more habitat for our fish. So any assistance from you guys would be greatly appreciated, and any questions you have.
How many days work are you talking?
Mike figured it to be about a week total. He said he figured probably 2 days with the grader to fix the roads the way they needed to be done. And then if we needed to bring in some additional rock, we'll pay for the rock and fuel to get it hauled, whatever we need to do there. And then whatever we can have to do the boom mowing, you know, anything we can get cleared is better than what we have right now. I mean, I think our lake is a 7-acre lake, and right now you've probably only got maybe a couple 100 yards worth of shoreline that you can even access it off of. So we're just we've got a new maintenance guy hired. He's been with us for 3 months now, I think, and he's pretty ambitious about getting stuff done. He's kind of a retired gentleman, but he's got big visions of what he wants to get done. He just doesn't have the equipment to do what we need to do. And we just purchased a new tractor for the city because our city tractor was worn out beyond repair. So, but we're trying to do what we can to maintain what we have. We're just trying to make things a little bit better for people and trying to clean up our stuff that we have.
How have we dealt with things like this in the past?
Did you say, I think John sent you kind of explained how different kinds of cooperation. It looks like the bulk of the time when we've done something like this, we have maybe asked the city to provide, to pay for fuel. Sometimes we've charged equipment rental, sometimes we haven't. It seems like we typically haven't asked for reimbursement for manpower. Is that right, John?
That's correct. Most of the time on cases like this, it was materials and fuel only.
What do you guys think?
I'm good with taking care of it
Problem with helping them.
with them paying us back for fuel.
You're going to supply the rock, is what you're saying.
We'll pay for all the rock if we can get you guys maybe to haul whatever needs to be hauled in. We've got a city dump truck that we just bought, but it'll only haul about 4 tons at a time. So if we need to have an outside source haul it in for us, we can do that too.
So we haul the rock from the cemeteries, right? Yep. They pay for the rock and we haul it.
Should we have something more concrete in place, like for the municipalities, about how we should go about this?
Well, it'd probably be good for us to have a written policy that covers this. I mean, that's kind of that makes the points that we're ironing out now. We can do that.
Okay. I think that would be a good idea.
But not having it wouldn't prevent you from going forward with this now if you want to.
What's your planned schedule look like to start work and have the county guys? I'm just against taking guys off the roads on prime time to go do stuff like that whenever our ditches aren't up to par. We have all these little activities going on in all these little tiny buildings. That's where I'm at. I don't know, I think
Mike's plan would be to use the grader in that area for the 2 days worth of grading the roadways. And you've got 2 part-time mowers in that area. Their shop's full up as far as their part-time help. We're not so lucky on the south end. But I think he would use his part-time help for the boom mowing, and I'm not too sure that it would impact the north end. If it were the south end, I would have to say we've got truck drivers out mowing today. So
you're saying two days of grading, and then the rest is mowing around.
Mowing and possibly coming back with rock and refinishing the roadways after the grading's done. So I haven't got to talk to Mike in depth about this, but he's pretty positive he can get it done in a week, and use a grader, a boom mower, and possibly haul a little bit of rock in there.
and we talked about The county guy's going over to do the parking lot at the health department too, right?
I've got guys that are
that-
working
Is that right?
on those projects, yes.
And if it's something that we need to push out, you know, maybe get the road fixed, and then if they happen to be going by with the boom mower, they can go in and knock out a section of it or something. I'm not saying that we need to knock it all out in one solid week.
Right.
It's been that way for a couple of years. It's just not been maintained properly, which is, the city's fault for not having maintenance guy in there to do what we need to do. We're actually looking at, we've got a youth in there right now working with us also, so we're trying to bring as much help as we can from summer youth groups.
Well, I'm kind of like Danny. I don't mind helping you guys out, but I tell you what, we got to get us some guidelines of what we're going to do. I mean, I don't mind going in there and doing a little bit, but it's, if we start doing too much one place, not enough the other, we just end up getting trouble. So.
Yep.
Well, and we did the same thing with the cleanups in the area. You made a policy and a guideline for it. And when we get these requests, if you've got a policy for us to follow, it makes me working with the city and our staff job a lot easier.
Well, I don't have a problem with it if we kind of work it in, but you know, we got roads and things to blade right now ourselves, but we can kind of work it in on other times, you know, or times we're driving by and we can work on a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I'm with Jim on that. You know, if we're over in the area mowing with the boom mower, you get it knocked out for you or whatever. You know, I'm all about helping the municipalities, but I'm also trying to get our ditches and gravel roads all figured out. And, you know, I know we pull the guys in, we move them around a lot. They do a lot of different stuff. And I don't know how they feel about that. I mean, are they okay with doing, like, jumping around and doing different types of, like, we hire them for a road grader, these doing a little bit of demo. I mean, are they okay with that stuff?
I haven't had any
No
complaints about special projects or anything that we've been doing, or normally I'd get that from the shop foremans if there was an issue.
I mean, I have no problem with it. In the meantime, we'll get something wrote up, Gary. Just a kind of a basic guideline.
So to clarify, we'll get it done as maintenance on our projects allow, and you're wanting me to charge the city of Parker for any rock material and any fuel cost.
Correct.
Sounds good.
Okay.
You guys good with that?
We're good with that. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Do we have any, Jessica, do we have any mayor's meetings set up in the future? We don't? Can we get one of those scheduled? Thank you. Life, anything, it doesn't matter. We can probably go into a little more detail on the trash compactors, little things like that, and kind of their future development type stuff. I mean, if you're okay with that. You guys good with that?
Yep.
Sorry, Sean.
Pleasanton Senior Center, we've got a bid for guttering and a bid for flooring. The bid for guttering is from gutter guy J.C. Howell at $1,080. And the bid for flooring is for $31,5608. Integrity Outlets flooring, and this would be a snap together type flooring because similar to the Parker Senior Center, the floor would not allow for a single laminate sheeting. The floor's not level in that regard, so we'd have to use this type of flooring to get it done.
And I have Sean, I have a guy, I didn't get a hold of you this weekend, been busy, but I have a guy that wants to meet me this week to look at the bathroom, getting that knocked out.
Okay.
And the guttering's kind of tore up a little bit of the back wall because it's just kind of a hanging piece, correct? I don't really know if it's even guttering, is it?
No, I don't believe it is. It's some type of extension to push water away from the roof line on the building, but I don't think I'd qualify that as guttering.
It looks like the facia's gone, big special.
Yeah, he's got that figured in, and then extending the knot away from the
Can I take a look at that?
extending the drainage out away from the building itself. We found some windows and stuff in there too that we could reuse.
That's correct. There's an outside storage area that had some brand new windows wrapped up in it that haven't been installed yet.
I think what, do you recall what we talked about on the painting? Was it roughly, it was roughly $2,000, wasn't it? I can't remember.
I don't recall exactly what the details on that.
I'll verify that and get it over to you.
Were these both on Pleasanton? Or?
Yes.
Did you see in my email on the flooring, if it's paid with credit card, there's that 3% or whatever?
No, I did not.
If it's paid with credit card through this app or whatever this is, you have to add 3% for the total. Or if we just take them a check and pick the material up, it's that price. So.
Okay.
We're going to do a check to pick it up. We'll need about a week's lead time to get things processed.
We've still got to do some cleaning on the interior of the building, haul some things out. So, and with the events in Pleasanton, Al and I discussed it. We weren't really comfortable dropping off a roll top on that end of town and finding out what got dumped in it over the weekend with the events they had downtown. So we decided to wait a little bit on that. So we'll probably drop that in and get started on it this week.
And on if need be, I mean, I don't think we're in a massive hurry, are we? I mean, we still got a lot of stuff to do before the flooring goes down. I'm working down south. I can pick this stuff up because this is based out of Baxter Springs, so I could pull in there and put it on a trailer and get it here. What kind of motion do you guys would we want for this?
I missed out on what you're doing.
We have a bid for the guttering of $1,080 and the flooring $31.56.
Just want a motion to approve those bids.
Are we gonna stay on our dollar limit that we started out with, or?
I think we had an estimate of what was it, 12,000? And I think for the complete remodel of that building.
I think that was the estimate that originally came out.
What we had figured out, kind of where we met last week and the week before, we're going to be under that. Pretty good number, I think. So it's really the only thing after the flooring and the painting and the guttering is the bathroom. And
Bathroom, some interior doorways to block off the rest of the building, and then we'll probably have to do some work on that power coming in the building to the outside.
I'd say I'd guesstimate 10,000 probably or under. Wouldn't you, Sean?
With what we've got here and what's left, it really depends on where the paint lands to determine what that's going to be our large cost. The rest of it, buying doorways, the paint in the bathroom are probably the unknowns for me. Picking up some doorways and having those hung and stuff, and then straightening out that power on the back, I don't think are going to be extreme at all.
I think based on the video that I sent the painter, I think he's set around $2,000, but I got to meet with him, get him in there and look at it just to be sure. So if that helps your numbers any. Do we need to make a motion each one of these, or can we do a?
You can do one motion for both of them.
I'll make a motion that we approve the bids for the guttering of $1,080 and the flooring for $3,156.08 on the Pleasanton Senior Center.
I'll second that. Motion been moving second. All in favor?
Aye.
Tipping floor at the landfill. So far, the process is going as planned. We're shut down this week. There'll be no household waste taken in at Prescott this week. They got the power washing, the drain, and the metal dealt with last week so that J.R. Kerr could come in and start his process this week. And then hopefully we'll have it pinned back together before the end of the week so that we can be open on next Monday. While we're talking about landfill and the compactors, I think it would be good to meet with all of the cities and the lakes about the compactors again, not only to update everybody about where we're at, but this last week, we had an issue in Pleasanton that brought to light some confusion on things on our part and the cities, where as turnover happens, there was a lot of questions about what we take in at those sites. The compactor went down. We had to go over and look at some power issues. Turns out to be a fuse, but while we're there, we have discussions, and on the ground, I pulled up the operations manual that's in each one of the sites, or should be hanging at each one of the sites, and we went over those things that are acceptable to take in at those sites and are not. And right after doing that, within a day, I got a call from Teresa Whitaker, and she's telling me she's got already 5 phone calls from people that are hopping mad about not being able to come back with the material they've been bringing there before. I told her to refer them to me because those are our guidelines. So that there's nothing that they did wrong or that they changed. We're trying to follow those policies. I'm sure this is happening at other sites, and bringing everybody together, showing them where the information's at, and getting that information directly to the employees so that they can pass that on to the customers. It's important because I think over the years that information has gone down to word of mouth, and it's going to cause some heartache. We might as well get it out of the way and do it at one time in a uniform fashion and get it done and over with.
Do we have a contract drafted up yet?
You don't have the contract yet. You do have the operation manual though, right?
Yes, I sent out the operation and the guidelines, and we need to sit down and discuss how we move forward. And with those permits, the guidelines and the operation manuals that are present at those sites. But that's probably going to be something we need to sit down in a week or two and have a short work session over.
Has any of the municipalities sent you guys over their details on, like what we talked a few weeks ago, and we asked them to send you guys in some? None from any of them. Yeah, I think it's pretty important that we get this thing figured out and lined out. So it's kind of unfortunate no one's done that.
Well, we can work on that, and when I have the information or we're ready to sit down with you, I'll let you know. That way we don't schedule something and then not have the material ready to sit down and work on it.
Okay.
Dust control survey I sent you just to inform you the issues that everybody else is having. Since I've been here, this has been an issue about timely dust control and the complaints from it. I just wanted you to be aware of what the other counties are facing in a similar fashion, because I expect to have those same complaints and concerns, and quite possibly people bringing them to you as well. You know as much as I know by that information. It was derived from the Franklin County Public Works Administrator from talking to the counties in the Lake Region area. I don't know any more about that, but hopefully this is something that in the future we won't have to deal with, or at least we'll be more competitive in the future if we do get other vendor opportunities.
Is there companies that we can contract with for the material and to place it instead of, don't we place it or no, do they? And we just,
And that we prep the
we
roads.
prep it, that's right.
We sell the service, prep the roads, they apply. Park House. I tried to send you some more information on it. With the other projects and seeing the strides, as you saw the numbers this month on the park, we've got other older roof structures and things. I don't think it needs to be today or tomorrow, but if you'll allow me to put it on the list, I'll put the park demo for the Park House on the list of projects for whenever we get free or equipment ready, and we'll move forward with that project.
I think that's a good idea.
Me too.
Okay. I'll get the power and the utilities and everything. I'll start that process, and then I'll rely on the shop foremans for scheduling.
Thank you, Sean.
The only other item I had for you would be 10 minutes executive for non-elected personnel. Do you have anything for me?
I don't know.
I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Janet, we are right on time.
You don't have your computer.
I can't connect to the Wi-Fi here for some reason.
Broke it.
I don't know how to use it.
Janet
Got my phone.
Kleveno,
Huh?
Linn County Treasurer. I'm proposing my budget for '24. My budget is up because of extra employees' wages, and my publication went up. Do you need me to read all of this, or?
Can you lay out kind of how your office has been running and how you're planning to run it with this budget? And
Basically, my office runs the same way every year because I have to follow statutes. So I need another employee to get them trained, or when I retire, whoever gets the job is not left without an employee.
So it's part of your succession planning.
That's right. My commodity or my contractual went up because of the publication is going to go up. My commodities went down because I have quite a bit on hand that I'm using up.
Okay.
is publication something that you can contract with the newspaper with, or is it just kind of set by?
She sets it. And it just went up for next year. Or actually it went up this year, but she's going to work with me with the August publication. So, do you have any questions about my budget?
I don't either.
I will let you know our interests will be going up quite a bit. Just on one $500,000 CD, last year we only got $1,500. This year we're going to get $14,000.
How do we determine how those are placed?
I just go out for bids, and most of them I just renew because it's easier
Right.
just to renew with a better rate. And I have them scattered all throughout the county.
Thank you, Janet.
Also, I have another concern. I've heard that you're going to move us out of the courthouse. Do we have any finalization on what's going to go on? I would just soon stay where I'm at. I would really like to get those appraisers down over there. So when people come in and we say, go to the appraiser right out the door, I'd really like for that building to get done so they can get moved.
We haven't finalized anything. We're trying to. get a plan and figure everything out. I know there's a lot of chatter, but nothing's been, well, I mean, we throw around all kinds of ideas, but nothing's been.
So are the appraisers still going to go into the old court building?
I don't really know where we're at on it. Truthfully, we're trying to figure out what the best possibility is with saving or reutilizing the old jail and then the courts building. I know we have no finalized plan yet, and we don't really
Are we working on that?
put a lot of thought into it. Yeah, we're trying to figure out the best possibility. And wouldn't you guys say that's where we're at on it?
I thought we planned to move the appraisers to the courtroom. I thought that was the last I knew.
I would just like to see us get them moving forward and getting her done. That's, we're going to be working over there on the elderly building, but we still have all this over here we have no decisions for. So I'd like to see us get them moving forward. Have any more questions for me?
Do you have any big, I mean, I know you guys renovated the DMV over there. Do you guys have any other big plans for next few years?
I probably will be remodeling my office too. Maybe in the same fashion I did the DMV. And if I stay there, I can't move forward unless I know. And I would prefer to just stay in the courthouse.
How do you think the new treasurer will feel about the office space in there? I mean, you've seen how fast we've moved so far on the buildings and things that way. Is it possible to think that we could come up with a plan where you're not moving and yet it's ready to transition for the new person?
I have a girl in my office that's talking about running. If she wins, I am communicating with her all the time on what's going on and how she would like it. If she doesn't win, then we'll have a new treasurer.
Right. But, I mean, what are they saying as far as the office space? I mean, I know how you feel about the courthouse. We all love the courthouse and want to see it prosper, but has she given you any input as to?
No.
Okay.
No. And I think if we move out, the courthouse will die. That's just my opinion. Empty buildings don't survive.
We don't have that option here, though. It's on the registry. It's got to be maintained.
Any other questions?
I don't have any.
All righty.
So typically when the budgets come in, you do a tentative approval. That's obviously not binding until the budget's approved, but it just basically gives me numbers to work with at this point to put the budget together.
What do you guys think?
I'm good with it.
I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve the treasurer's budget for 2024.
I'll second.
Motion moved, second. Any more discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
So I don't see Joey here yet. He's scheduled to come in about 10 minutes.
A good time for public comment, I guess, probably, don't you?
Do we have anybody here for public comment? No public comment? Public comment?
Morning. I'm Tate West from Tanglewood Lakes. Just a couple questions. One, I was hoping to get an update on where we were on the events that occurred on May 18th and the individuals that were being sought for that. The other thing is that during our last discussion, we had talked about enforcement of traffic at Tanglewood Lakes. This weekend, we had an individual who was on a four-wheeler running around at 40+ miles an hour. I must have had a dozen phone calls from residents out there complaining about it. I actually talked to the young man because I was working out in front of my house. I actually talked to him, had a pretty pleasant conversation with him, and found out that he was not a resident of our community, but a guest. Thought we'd resolved that issue. And then a little while later, got another phone call. So I went down in my Ranger to haul trash and found him up near Plat 90 doing the same thing that we'd asked him not to do. So this went on for 8 hours plus of phone calls and social media posts that everyone in the lake had talked to him. What I'd like to gain is some clarity. I know in the last meeting, Gary said that we have an agreement to enforce traffic. And the sheriff said that basically the lake was a large pasture and it was not enforceable. So I'd like to gain some clarity of what to tell these individuals when they call me on my weekend and say, I've got someone who's doing this. Are we going to enforce traffic inside of Tanglewood or are we not? Thank you.
That'll be a question for the sheriff's office, I think.
You want to speak on that, Kevin? Okay. All right. Is that into public comment? Thanks, Ted. Where are we? I guess where are we at on the? Where are we at on the incidents that happened out there at Tanglewood?
We're in discussions with the outside law firm that's going to that I believe is going to investigate it. They're currently doing a complex check. That's one of the things you have to do before you assign an attorney in a big firm like that. Before you assign an attorney to a specific task, you make sure that he hasn't represented somebody in the past that's going to create conflict or that he doesn't have any ties to the situation in any way. They're running the conflict check. Well, they were at the end of last week. I anticipate hearing from them today or tomorrow as to their next step in the process. So.
Does that answer your question? Good with that?
Joey is here now, if you're ready for him.
Joey, I think we're ready for you.
We're discussing the jail again. Justice Center. The first page of this is pretty much a review of what we did last week, or last month, a month ago. I highlighted a couple things. One of them is the cost of new Justice Center staff, and estimating it at 4 new members or 4 new staff members and $75,000 each. Now, I think that's high. However, I'd rather be high than low. So that expense is roughly $300,000 a year. Now, additional gross income, $88 per day per new inmate, and you have a contract for 40 inmates, but you currently have 12, so we don't need. I'm not using additional income. So those 28 additional inmates will generate $899,360 a year, or $2,464 a piece per day. Now, subtracting out that income, you have, or that expense of the additional staff members, you have roughly $600,000 net available before debt service, before additional debt. As you remember, we have to refinance a portion, and we have to do it with taxable bonds to capitalize or to capture this. Now, I've been I don't want to say I've been fighting with the bond attorneys, but I've been arguing with the bond attorneys. And the argument comes down to how much we can, how much we should refinance. I have been going with 22% of the outstanding debt, and they've been going with 30% of the outstanding debt. The reason is they'd like to keep that 10% that is allowable by federal regulations. And again, we're going back to a different conversation. No matter what you do, you are allowed to have 9.6 prisoners, 10%, just because of federal law. Our bond attorneys want us to keep that, and I think 10% is too much because it makes us have to refinance more. So the compromise that Kevin Cowan is okay with, but their tax department is still scratching their head on, is that the very last, or second to last number, or third to last number is, I decided, okay, if we use 22% instead of the full 30%, we would have total inmates allowable of 45.3, or we'd have a 5 inmate margin of error, if you will. And so that's just instead of 10 that they wanted us to keep. And so we've been going back and forth over that number. So that's just what's been taking a little time. That, and we've had an unusual market that I didn't really want to go to market with. So that highlighted number in the middle is 599,360, and if you go to the next page, that's the estimated income before debt service. And the long and the short of it is, so if we refinance 3.6 million, 22%, your current average annual debt service as it is now for the next 27 years is $921,054.13. You're bringing in nicely more than that with the sales tax that's there to secure it. So there are a great many options more than the 5 or 4 I've listed there. But the first one is to refinance the 3.6 million exactly as it is maturing right now, and that means over the 27 years. And so a new bond issue that's taxable, the average annual debt service would be $262,000 a year. The remaining debt service from your existing, we would be taking out some. You'd end up with $719,000 remaining for a combined to your old issue and the new issue of $982,235. So that is an annual increase of $61,181. So after you pay debt service, after you subtract out the $600,000 that you're starting with, you'll end up with $538,000 for the next 27 years. Is everybody following me? Because I'm going to do it 3 more times. Now, 27 years is great. I'd prefer, but it doesn't, it's only because I used to underwrite bonds. I'd rather go 20 years. I'd rather pay it off sooner. The next one is the 20-year option. Again, your average annual debt service would be $10,000 more. Your combined of the two would be $990, and it would be a $69,000 increase over what you're currently paying. So your net income after you've paid debt service, after you've paid for the 4 prisoners, is $529,753.97. A 20-year option is again, the net income is $500,263, and I just thought, well, if I'm going to go this far, let's look at 10 years. 10 years, your net income after the debt service is $329,848. And I don't know what you have planned for the additional income. And so that's why I have the 10-year option. If your idea was, hey, let's just pay this off as soon as possible, that would be the way to do it. However, I kind of like the idea of option 2, where you're really not going to notice the additional $69,000, or option 3, where you won't really notice the additional $99,000. But any of those are doable. So if we are moving forward, the next step is for you to tell me, how long do you want to mature this debt? And I will have a handout for you. See?
What do you guys think?
What is our average for the yearly income off of our percent sales tax?
Give me a couple of minutes and I can get there, but it's
Right now, our income after the debt service is going into the general fund, right? We don't have it allocated towards anything, right?
it is setting in the, well, it goes into the bond debt service fund. So it just sits there because we can't use that money for anything else on these
We can't
loans.
prepay.
So we're just building up a balance in our bond service.
You will be able to prepay.
Be able to prepay.
Let's see, if we're, I believe, in 7 more years.
7 years.
Yeah, that's 7 years on a third.
And that doesn't affect us in
No.
the event that we are refinancing?
No.
Now, the revenue off the prisoners goes into the general fund. It doesn't go
Correct.
into the bond service.
Right.
That is exactly right.
So far this year, it looks like we've had 4 income items on sales tax. It's 481,000, 481,353, which at that pace, we would be a little over 1.4 million this year.
When we originally voted it, we were planning on, I believe, 1.1.
Yeah.
So it's comfortably over that.
I look back, last year we brought in 1.3 million. So we are bringing in quite a bit more than we had budgeted.
And that's just off the sales tax, right?
Yes.
How does this work, Joey, if you go to the 10-year, just say you do the combined service of 1.19 million, how can we pay that with a 10-year bond versus we have to wait 7 years to pay any additional ones?
So so this is called an advance refunding. And so, first of all, advance refundings were outlawed for tax-exempt bonds. We have to do taxable anyway, so we're allowed to do an advance refunding. What that means is that we have to escrow for the principal and interest payments as they come due between now and 2000, well, now and 7 years. So we structure an escrow to make those payments. Then when that call date happens, all of the remaining that we have, all of the remaining of the 3.6 get redeemed as well. And so about the only advantage of this odd market is that we are able to buy something called slugs, state local government securities, they're treasury bonds. But the short ones right now are paying about 5%. And so it will just about take care of the cost. What we put in escrow will just about take care of the cost of the bond issue, of what's outstanding. And there are more steps we will have to go, and Dave, you're going to be thrilled with this. We have to go in front of the Standard & Poor Rating Committee. So that'll be in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We still have an official statement we have to get together. We still have to get this out to the investment community to market this. So there will be another time to approve this. You'll have to authorize the issuance of these bonds. Today is just really, how do you see us proceeding? If you're leaning towards the 10, we could also go 15 years. I would have a 15-year bond with a 7-year call, or a 15-year bond with a 5-year call, and sort of split the difference between the 10 and the 20. Just an early redemption provision. I don't see us refinancing this because, again, it is taxable, but it'll give us an option.
So question I had on this too would probably be for Kevin as much as anything, but in order to take in that many more prisoners, we would need more staff, correct?
Right. I think that's what.
Yeah, and I know he had that in there, but I've also been looking at staffing and issues we've been having, do you think you can even find the staff?
No, that's the biggest problem right now, is bringing people in. Because we're at a minimum staffing level in jail services at 16. And, any given June, we have 12 on the, working the floor. So staffing is an issue. I think, you guys did a $1 an hour pay increase here a while back. I think that helped a little bit, but as soon as we done our $1.50, 3 weeks later, Miami County done a $2.50 hour pay increase for jail staff. So yeah, that's going to be problematic. I mean, there's no way around that. I mean, we see what we see right now. And, there was a point in time where you'd have had 10 or 15 applications come in when we advertised, and now we get 2 or 3. So, and usually 2 of the 3 are disqualified for criminal history or, things in their past that won't allow them to work in that setting. So yeah, it's pretty tough.
That would be a concern of mine is if we do get into this and start spending more money on the bonds, not that we couldn't afford it, but are we actually going to be able to take in the prisoners to have that additional income because we don't know if we'll be able to find the staff?
There's truth to that. And, a lot of that, we can come in and ask for 4 more individuals to be working in the facility, but that doesn't mean we're going to get to hire 4 more individuals. When we went through this in communications, when we went from 1 communication officer per shift to 2, it's taken us a year and a half to fill those seats. So I think realistically on a project like this, for us to get to 40 federal inmates, when Joey done his report, we were at 12. I think today we're at 15 federal inmates. But to go to 40, that's a 6 or 8 month process just for which to have those inmates. You essentially order them, and they come from United States Prison Service. So there's some time just in bringing the inmates in, but you have to have staff in place before they come. So, it'd be really hard to make that order when you don't have the staff on the floor.
Or would.
It's kind of a juggle.
And didn't we have, the last time you presented, didn't we have a surplus built up as far as our number of days?
Sure, you do. So you're fine with 15 for a while. You can run a surplus. I think I looked at it, was 2 years. So you're not breaking any rules right now.
Okay.
Now, how long can we do it that way? I mean, do you have it?
2 years.
2 years?
Yeah, I think because of the surplus, we can go 2 years without worrying.
Then what happens?
Then you have to either fix your contract, eliminate the contract, or do the advance refunding. The issue is that you can't contract for. You've got a 4-year contract for 40 prisoners. You can't contract. You could take in 40 prisoners if there was no contract, because as long as it wasn't predetermined. If every day you can't because you don't have the staff, but if every day the chief called and said, "Hey, do you need us?" and they said, "Yeah, we'll give you 40 every day," or sent it every day, that doesn't break any rules. It's when you contract work, which is about the only way you should issue debt, is if you have that contract in place.
Right. So what Mr. McCliney is explaining is we have 2 different ways to house inmates. One could be under kind of emergency housing. So if the U.S. Marshals Service called me and said, we have 25 inmates from another county who holds inmates, say Chase County, for instance, which I think they hold 75 or 100. If they said we have to move them out because of a problem in their jail, those at that point are non-contracted inmates. We're just holding them for a period of time before they get something fixed. But if we have our contract inmates coming, and it's only from the U.S. government, so inmates held for, say, Wyandotte County don't count on this situation. But the difference is $20 a day difference in housing. So realistically, you know, with the totality of inmates held for the federal government, that could be, you know, $2,000 to $3,000 per day that would be for housing costs for them. And maybe more, but like a Wyandotte County, that's why we kind of diversified that a little bit. So we have a contract with Wyandotte County, U.S. Marshals Service, and with Kansas Department of Corrections to hold inmates. And quite honestly, we could have a lot more. But I just wanted to make it diverse, so we're not only dependent upon the U.S. government dollars coming in, but we also have Wyandotte County dollars coming in. Now, those dollars are less, $20 a day less, but we're not going to lose both sets of inmates because, quite frankly, on the federal side, you know, we could get a presidential order that counties would no longer hold inmates, and those could be gone in, you know, a matter of 30 to 60 days. It's just like it happened back in January 19th to 20. The President of the United States came down and said, we're not going to hold federal inmates in private facilities anymore. And those inmates were all removed and taken to local county jails. So great win for the counties, huge loss for the private prisons. And that could happen. That could reverse one day. So we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket in this situation. We want to be a little bit diverse. And I can tell you that Wyandotte County, in their situation, when we began negotiations, they were at $55 a day, and we moved that to $67.50. But in those negotiations, they wanted all 96 beds of our facility, and I just told them that's not why we built the facility. It was to hold our inmates as well, and we wanted diversity. Because if Wyandotte County came up with a new jail project within, you know, a couple of years, if they built a new facility that would hold all their inmates, we'd have nothing. So we wanted a little bit of stability there. Our federal contract, we can rewrite every 12 months. We can make revision to that. And when we come up on that, we'll be up on it in December. And if we do need to revise and hold less, we revise and hold less. I wouldn't want to discount the project, though, because I think it offers us diversity for our inmate holding program. And it pays a much higher rate. And not only do we have inmate holding, but we also have inmate transportation for them. So that pays pretty well. Last month it was around $5,000.
So of those four options, I listed 1 through 3 because I think your current sales tax, you could do it without noticing. I think you could change it, allow yourself the federal prisoners, and let's say it was the 20-year option. That's an additional $100,000. Well, right now you're at $921,000, and you're bringing in $1.3 million as of last year. Again, the sales tax goes to the debt service. So even if the sales tax got bumped down a little, you still should be comfortable at any one of those first 3. Now, I'd love to pay it off in 10 years. But I think if all of a sudden federal rules did change in 10 years, you would notice the $269,000. You can afford it, but I think and it'll come out of the sales tax. I think you could, it may go unnoticed as well. Go ahead.
So at that point, could we refinance again?
You could. Sure. You absolutely could.
Because just kind of going through here and looking at our payments and everything that way, you know, we're going to save on option 3 by going down to 20 years. We're going to save roughly $1 million on our total payments that we'll make by shortening our amortization by 7 years.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Whereas if we go to 10 years, we would save $2.375 million over that if we were to reduce it down to 10.
You're exactly right.
And we'd still be coming in under our 1.3 million. Threshold. So in a way, that would be an opportunity that we would have to prepay these down quicker, is if we refinanced on the 10-year. Is that correct? Or?
Absolutely. In fact, what you typically do is you take half of the life of the bond issue and put the call feature in there. That's what the market, and it's market dictated. But on a 10-year issue, you'd have a 5-year call option.
that putting it too tight, David?
Well, I mean, historically, with what we're getting in sales tax, I think we'd be fine on payments. I still question the net income on whether or not we're gonna be able to staff the jail to be able to take that.
I didn't think we need to get a plan together to be able to do that.
And what I'm saying is that by doing this move, we're going to be able to save an additional $2.375 million in interest expense by shortening it to 10 years to match up better with our sales tax.
Right.
I guess from that standpoint, I'm not looking at the added income. I'm saying that if we do this, we can actually save some money.
Over the long issue, absolutely.
And then if we're able to staff, we can actually gain more than that is the way I'm looking at it. But
if we can't staff, we don't have the income or have the expense anyway, right? Am I looking at that right? I mean,
over the long term?
Yeah, over the long term, even if we can't staff.
You're right. You won't have the $300,000.
We don't have the $300,000 expense.
But you at least
we won't have the income, but we'll have the opportunity.
But we won't have the expense either.
Correct.
You will be able to, instead of thinking, man, we've got to get, and this is with all of them. You won't think, oh, we've got to get this staffed up. I mean, you do need to get it staffed up if you want to capture that income. However, because all of these options, you can afford to pay from a designated sales tax. So it's not not reaching into the general fund. You're not reaching into your pocket. It's a designated sales tax. You can afford to do any of them, and then bring the staff on as you can get them on and increase the income.
So what rates are we looking at on these refis?
5.5 right now because they're taxable. If it was tax exempt, they would be probably 4.
And what are our older rates?
3. Actually, under 3.
And the rates are better on a 10-year than they are on a.
So the rates on a 1 to 3 years are terrible and high.
Right.
10 years, much better. 10 to 20 is fine. I mean, it's a very good, very market. Very. It's just we have an inverted yield curve. Short-term rates are higher, but we're talking the first 3 years, not the first 10 years. So 5 on out or 4 on out is in the normal range.
How much extra money do we have right now in there to pay in sales tax?
Well,
as far as in our
we just
accumulated.
We just made the payment that's due July 1st, and after that one, we've got 1.1 million in cash in that fund.
So we're 1.1 million ahead.
We're almost a year ahead.
In 2 years or a year.
We're almost a year ahead.
Yeah, right now our total yearly is just a little over 900,000 in payments.
So we got 5 years there extra, even off of what our average yearly payment is now, to make this other payment.
Yeah, I mean there's money in this. That part's not an issue.
I would lean personally toward the 10-year and try to decrease our duration on this bond just to save that money from that side and then allow us the flexibility to add inmates.
Are we missing something as far as our expenses, Joey? If we do go, I mean, if we can't staff the jail.
No.
I mean, is there anything else?
Right. All you're doing is changing your debt. And so the expense is that you're increasing your payment. That's it. That's all you're doing from this side. If in fact you can't get anybody.
But if we can, we can increase our income through the jail.
You're exactly right.
If it's available to us.
That's right.
You know, we'll have other costs associated with those prisoners that'll be coming out of that 599,000. Right. I mean,
and if you don't have them, you don't have the cost.
Correct. But well, I mean, there'll be meals, there'll be other expenses that'll come out of that.
There will also be an advantage in that you won't have to worry about, you'll have done what you needed to do. You won't have to worry about, we're at 15 prisoners. We can take 5 more. You can take up to 40. as soon as you do this, whether you have the staff or not. You might think, you know, we're half empty, which isn't going to happen, or think we're not going to take the Kansas prisoners, we're going to take these federal prisoners. You'll have those options without the staff. It's the staffing that will make the difference, where you can take the Kansas prisoners, the federal prisoners, or the Wyandotte County prisoners, and the federal prisoners.
So, David, we've got 1.1 million in that fund after we made our payment.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So at the end of this year, we'll have another 300,000 roughly coming out on an interest payment, but at the rate we're going, we'll take in another close to $1 million this year if that amount of sales tax keeps up.
So you have close to 2 million in the account by the end of the year.
So what I'm saying is, if we take the extra 200,000 out of what we already have, we're 5 years down the road. If we to continue making our payment with what we've already received, as far as it.
Yes.
You can pay early after, because we went 30 years, you can pay early after 10 years. So right now it's 7 years. There might be 5 years. I haven't looked, but I'll check.
So, I mean, are you guys in agreement that we want him to look at the 10-year option?
I would like to look at the numbers on the 10-year myself and see. I'm towards that and see.
It works.
That's what you're looking for today.
The direction. Do you want to go 10 years? It would be sure, I can run those all day long.
And we could figure out exactly what our prepayment is.
Sure. That's exactly right. I believe it's 29, so it's probably 6 years, so somewhere between. But I'll double check. But what we will do is, so I schedule the Standard & Poor meeting. I'll put together a calendar. I'll come back with numbers. We can change it, but I'll move it forward on the 10-year assumption.
You think we're moving in the right direction with 10 years?
Absolutely. I have it down there because, the normal way is 27, 25, 20, but you can afford it. I wouldn't have put it down if you couldn't afford it. And right now you can comfortably afford any of these options.
And save us 2.3 million on the long haul.
On the shorter side. Yeah. That is the nature of shortening the debt. You're exactly right.
Could you look at the 22 and just show us, because once we get to to where we can prepay.
Oh, absolutely.
Show us the numbers there too. Just so we look at the 10 and the 20. And
absolutely. In fact, I got my laptop in the car. I can go and get it.
I'd like to see it, in 5 years, if we can make a huge payment on the principal.
What that would affect. I agree.
Just look at it. Just look at the two numbers.
I think that would be wise.
Easy enough.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, I can either do it now, but I bet you want a printout.
I'd like a printout.
Yeah, I would too. So I will either next Monday or the Monday after have the printout, and we'll come back and we'll talk about the same thing. But I can still put the calendar together. Okay. Easy enough. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Joey.
Thank you.
So we discussed the sales tax part. So the profit that we're getting off the inmates, it just goes in the general fund, and we don't. I mean, we utilized it for the dollar income or dollar raise, correct?
The
kind of, sort of.
Prisoner housing fees go into the general fund, and that just helps fund our budgets. And that is where we managed to come up with money to do that $1 an hour.
Which is not really what we're leaning on to continue doing, correct? I mean, not really.
I'd like to see it go, anything that the facility makes to go towards the debt payment. That's what I'd like to see. That's all.
Can the profit income go towards the debt?
What was the question?
What's our plan with the profits that we get off the inmate housing?
Well, right now, I mean, they go to the general fund, and some of that you're going to use to staff up, and you may have to give additional wages on the jail side in order to do that.
I'd like to get a plan together of what to try to utilize it and use it to most of our.
But the money that's in the debt retirement account can only be spent for that. But you can spend anything you want from the general fund on debt retirement too, if you want to. Isn't that right, David?
Yeah, general fund can pay for anything. The caution I'd have there is, they say next year we're housing more prisoners and we're getting in $1.5 million from prisoner housing, or whatever the amount may be. I mean, we're gonna, at this point when I'm doing budget, I'm gonna take that estimate, and that will be funding part of our budget, and it's going to be affecting how much tax we have to levy. If you want to set that aside to go to another fund for debt service, then it's no longer funding the tax portion of our budget, which would cause tax rates to go up to fund the budget.
Well, and I guess I look at it from the standpoint, guys, of, so we've seen with the new judicial center that we've got more expenses and stuff over there as far as with our sheriff's budget and things. That way, this is offsetting some of that as well, to David's point right there. You know, and fully utilizing this will help offset those gains that we've had, or losses, I guess you would say, on the budget side in regards to the new center.
So I guess what I'm thinking is, should we be putting all of it in the general fund, or we should be allowing Kevin to utilize the funds to staff the?
We're already allowing him to utilize the funds.
Kevin's in the general fund.
No, I know, but are we going to allow him to try to put a plan together to utilize the funds to staff his jail to the fullest?
I think that's what we're trying to do, isn't it?
Well,
I'm in favor of utilizing our $20 million facility to generate what we can.
If I could have a moment, I think I get what Danny's saying, but to keep everything really clean and have very good accountability for where the dollars are going, I would always rather that those dollars all go back to the general fund and we not utilize any of the income, you know, to fund any special programs or something like that. What that does for me is it keeps my budgeting a lot cleaner. And when that money's going over to the treasurer, then in June, I come to you guys for budget, and you would have understanding of what's going into the general fund versus what I'm asking for. So if we look at pre-Justice Center dollars to run our operation out of the old building at 107, to run that operation, we were at a $2.3 million budget. When we went into the Justice Center, we raised $1.1 million for the Justice Center in budget. But the give for that right now, we're at about $850,000 a year income if we projected that over the 12-month period. With a month like last month, maybe even a little bit more, maybe into the $900,000 income. What my goal is before my term's over is that we would have kind of a wash for that Justice Center budget versus inmate housing. I'd like to be able to take that and offset and show that our budget's still at around a $2.3 million budget based on that income from the housing. So, you know, if we could take those income dollars and minus those out of the budget because they're going back into the general fund, that would be my goal by, you know, January 25, is that we're kind of in that time frame. So that we'll get stability, you know, by that point in time, because right now we're still utilities and things this year. They were all a guess, you know, we're a little low. But you also have to consider, we took out multiple things. We took out inmate housing outside of Linn County, which that budget was $330,000 a year just a few years ago. This year we have that dollar amount set at, I think, $50,000 or less. We took away expenses for budgeting for the district court because they're no longer in their own facility where they have to budget for their utilities and things like that, cleaning, things like that. That's all within the county budget now. We took it away for the prosecutor because they're no longer in their own facility. So we're paying out of one single budget, we're paying all the utilities, the water, the gas, all that stuff. So I think we have to consider all of that. So, you know, this year with utilities and things like that, we're getting a better estimate as to what they're running us. And a huge portion of that was insurance or risk management through K-Camp, because that went up extensively. And David and I are working on a program as to how we're going to pay that out of 24 budget. Now we've been in that talk, what we're going to do with that. So I think we have to look at the overall picture and look at income housing. My goal is that we're greater than $1.3 million in income housing by January 25 when the next person takes over. So I feel like if we can get to that over the $1 million level at some point, we'll kind of wash those expenses out of the budget, if you will. And so there's so many things to look at, because now your bond, it's a totally separate project. And the refinancing of that, another totally separate project. So there's a lot of cogs here in the machine that are turning. And I know, like with Mr. McCliney, we just want to put all of that into the best order that we can, so there's stability moving forward, but not only stability moving forward, but diversity in inmate housing income for the county. So those are our goals, and I just want you guys to know about those and consider them.
So what, do you have a plan on your jail staffing? I mean, we just gave $1 raise, the entire county, and then you said that Miami County gave their jail staffing at $2.50 or something. So we're still gonna be in the square one that we started in.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the most successful project that we've done over the last 2 years for jail staffing and communication staffing, we did a job fair out here, and we drew a lot. I think on that job fair we hired 6 the day we did that, and that was really rapid. It's kind of like come in and apply. I had my investigation unit doing backgrounds during that day. I had, we did everything. We did their interview that day and everything. And it's kind of like coming and applying. We've retained a lot of those individuals. Not all of them, but most of them. I think with what's happening in Linn County today, this last week, last Saturday, not this Saturday, but Saturday before, I hired a person out of the STARS program who had gained interest in our discipline through that program. They were in the emergency services classes and stuff. I think that'll grow. And I think, those 18-year-old staff members who come to work, 18, 19, 20-year-old staff members who come to work for Linn County, I think it's really a great option to kind of, go out and cultivate those people out of our community. Most of these young people in the program are hometown people. They want to stay hometown people. But I think we'll be able to bring some of those people in. I think that's going to be a huge help for us, along with things like job fairs, things that Linn County had never really done before. We brought a job fair out here. We held it out here at the church, and I think we had 12, 13, 14 businesses, government or businesses, at that job fair. And those things are really beneficial because it's kind of like, you can come in and by the time you leave at the end of the day, you can have a job offer. And I think that's what a lot of people expect nowadays. And quite frankly, you got to hire people quick. If you let somebody, if you take 30 days to hire somebody, you lose them. Yeah. Because other industries are plucking them. So, yeah, I think we have some ideas in which to do that. We've been working with David's office on some of those ideas, and how do we bring people to county government services? Our benefits program is really good. Our pay's getting fair. You guys done that thing here recently, put it in place in April with the pay. And I think I think that helps. But yeah, I think there's a lot of options out there and things that Linn County hasn't explored in the past. And I think we're getting there. I think staffing's always going to be hard. This is a rough, our discipline is really rough to hire people because they're going to bigger cities. So we're hoping we can keep some of those hometown people through programs like STARS and our local job fairs and things like that. I hope we can keep them home.
This was before I became a commissioner and before you were sheriff, but they did a study on what it was going to cost to run that jail with staffing and all that, correct?
There was an estimate from the architect on increased costs to staff.
Did they do it? I mean, did they go down to the nitty gritty and figure out like what a jailer? What did they base? Did they base?
Yeah, actually, they did. That was it was actually not by the architect, but it was by a third-party firm called RM&P. And I've included, if you guys have my last year's budget, the year before budget, and the year before budget, I included that study within that budget process. And I did that to kind of show that was I think it was produced in 18 or 19. So that's where we actually utilized that study to base our utilities and things like that on when we got into jail food programs, when we got into employee compensation to include things like benefits, and it went all the way down to uniforms and training and things like that. So yeah, I've thrown that study at you guys a couple of times. Granted, now it's getting really old, right? Yeah. It's growing hair. So I think, I don't think we need another study. I think that we'll be able to base our 22 August to December and all of 23, half of 23, January to June. So we got about a year's finding for our 24 budget. So we ought to come a lot closer when it comes to those things like utilities for the entire building. Quite frankly, what's toilet paper going to cost us, paper towels, all of that kind of stuff. So I think we'll be set a little bit stronger on our 24 budget as to our needs. But I think also the potential for jail income, the maximum potential for this facility, we could probably get into the $1.7 million range. If everything was, if all the stars aligned and everything was perfect. But I think that's maximum potential, and that's considering inmate holding with 2 or 3 or 4 different contracts. And that's considering, are we at full staffing to be able to handle that safely? And it's considering transportation for the U.S. Marshal Service and all of that stuff together. I think we could be at around $1.7 million maximum income. But to get there, we just have to have the people. The people are our most precious resource when it comes to operating.
So how can we speed that up is what I'm asking.
Well, I think the only thing we can do is, we can wait for applications to come in. And of course, in the market today, with our younger employees, what we found is that employee compensation is the number one thing. When you look at the market for the middle-aged or retired personnel who come to work for us, they're probably looking at the benefits as being the number one situation. That health insurance, life insurance, those things that cost more as we get older. So if you want young staff, you keep that employee compensation, the dollars per hour coming up. If you want middle-aged to older staff, you have to look at those benefits at a little bit stronger rate. So, Danny, I don't know what we do, but we just keep trying everything there is to do. When we see other things come into the county, it brings other people. When somebody gets a job here and they're working for the school, their spouse is looking for a job too. So those are the kind of things we look at. Another big issue that we have is a 24-hour day, 365-day a year operation. So what that means is you always have night shifts. I lose the most of my staffing because of that night shift. That's the hardest portion for them to swallow. I have a lot of people who I don't even advertise a day shift anymore. I never do. I only advertise night positions only because if they come in and they work for a few months, people want to get on that day shift because it turns their life back to where it was. And that night shift is really hard to staff. Especially when you're talking about younger generations who have things like children.
I'm just scared we'll be set in the same position next year, talking about the same thing and hoping that
Commissioner, I don't know that this conversation will ever go away in today's society and economy. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. This is a step in the right direction. That's what I think. It's not a simple fix. It's not going to happen with just one move. We've got to do numerous different strategies.
See you guys next week.
Thank you.
Some numbers. Thank you.
That's what I think.
Any more on that, on the jail? Anybody got anything else?
Redo this. This starts with this, a list of proposed instructions regarding the, Planning and Zoning Board's recommendation to you last week of the revised regulations. The statute says that when the Planning and Zoning Commission proposes to the board a revision, including a major revision like the ones we looked at last week, that you have three options. I explained that before, but I'll explain it again. You can accept the recommendation as brought. You can reject the recommendation, or you can send it back to the board with written instructions as to things you'd like them to reconsider or to at least take another look at. If you send it back to them with these written instructions, then the statute says that they are to either make changes compliant with those instructions or refuse to make changes compliant with those instructions, or do nothing. If they do nothing, at your next meeting, after their next regular meeting, you are free then to make whatever changes you want to make without referring back to the board. I know that's not what anybody wants to do.
Right.
I gave you a copy of this, didn't I?
Yeah.
I made one or two little changes after the initial one. I don't know if you want us to read these and talk about them a little bit.
I think that would be good.
The big thing that I was feeling is that we need more detailed findings. I know that the board discussed these matters, but they didn't make written findings about them, and that's where we are. We need written findings. So specifically, the areas where I felt like there were enough constraints on property rights to create concern, I felt like these were the areas where findings were necessary. So it starts out saying, thank you for your hard work in revising the county zoning regulations. Pursuant to KSA 12756 and 757, the Linn County Commissioners herewith return to the Planning and Zoning Committee the recently submitted revised zoning code, asking the committee to give the code further consideration, particularly in the following areas. Number 1, Article 15, wind energy conversion systems. Please make additional detailed written findings explaining the options you considered as to your approach to wind energy and the specific reasons you decided to take the approach followed in Article 15. Of course, Article 15 is the article in which you say that you're not going to provide for commercial wind generation. And we just need some specific findings supporting why that was the decision you made. Number 2, Article 14701. Please make specific written findings explaining your decision to require a setback of 150 feet on any, I should say, solar project of over 20 acres, and whether a lesser setback or higher acreage to trigger the setback would accomplish your purpose. Also, please consider whether an approach with varying setbacks based on specific triggers or circumstances would be advisable. Okay, so, but again, whatever you decide, make findings. Number 3, Article 14.409. Please make specific written findings explaining your 50% limitation in this section, analyzing its possible impacts, both positive and negative, and whether a lower limitation would accomplish your purpose. Also, make findings as to whether this limitation is needed in view of the limitation in Article 14.406 and the setback provisions in Article 14.701. One of the things that the representatives of the industry said is that you don't need both. Well, if you think you do need both, make some findings to support that, why you need both. Number 4, Article 14406. Please make specific written findings explaining your decision to place a countywide 4,000 acre limit on commercial solar uses. Include findings as to whether, if a limit is beneficial, a higher limit might accomplish your purpose while allowing more opportunity for solar projects. Number 5, Article 14.405. Please make specific written findings on this section and consider revising this section to clarify that it does not say there must be a sale agreement in place, but that if there is one, information about that agreement, possibly an affidavit or notice, should be provided with the application. Recognize that non-disclosure agreements and common business practices will often not make it practical to require a copy of the sale agreement if one exists, be made public. And then finally, number 6, Article 14.410, please make specific written findings detailing your thinking about the necessity for wildlife corridors and the process described in this section. So that's the recommendations that I recommend that you send back to the Planning and Zoning Board. I don't know what your thoughts are on those. I'm going to give Richard a copy of this.
And also in that state statute, Gary and I talked about it, that it requires that if it gets sent back today, our next regular meeting is next Tuesday. They have to have this decided on and be able to bring it back to you the following week, correct?
Right. The way it reads is if it's not back to you by your first meeting after their next regular meeting, then you can deem them to have refused to take action. Now, you can. I don't think you have to, but you can.
Okay. These were the issues that I thought were the most pressing.
Yeah. So are we going to hear findings from, say the wind energy? No one 4 people want it, but 3 don't. I mean, are we going to find?
I would suspect that the findings will say things like the planning and zoning, the comprehensive plan did not show support in the county for wind energy. The aesthetic issues that people raise concerning wind towers are a concern. Those kinds of things.
But it'll be we won't hear both sides of it.
They will make their findings. They'll say, here's why we decided this way.
And that's all we're asking for is on the wind energy portion of this is show us what your findings.
We're just asking them to explain. We looked at everything. We looked at possible regulation. We looked at not having the option for wind energy. And here's what we decided, and here's why we decided it. Right. Just to show that it was, we know they had that discussion, but we need documentation of it.
And the same with the solar, really. We're just asking them to show us.
Right. We're not necessarily saying change anything. We're saying if you want to tweak some things, that's good. That's fine. But we're saying give us the findings to support where you are.
Right.
As far as the schedule goes, let me just read what it says. It says that if the Planning Commission fails to deliver its recommendations to the governing body following the Planning Commission's next regular meeting after receipt of the governing body's report, the governing body shall consider, uses shall, not may, shall consider such course of action on the part of the Planning Commission as a resubmission of the original recommendations and proceed accordingly. It doesn't say you have to, doesn't say what you have to do, other than just proceed accordingly. Okay. So that's how it reads.
What were you going to say?
I need 15 minutes of legal with Gary, the commissioners, and David.
You want that before we proceed into it?
Please.
And then Sean, should we do Sean's at the same time? Do Sean first? You guys want to do Sean, get him out of the way, and then we'll do your 15. You guys go to that?
Yep.
They need to be, there's not a particular format. I think having them in bullet points is very useful. Sort of like the, like the golden rule, but we're not bound just to those golden rules. I mean,
Right.
Those are some of the things you will look at maybe, but we want to go beyond that. But just some bullet points are a nice, convenient way to grasp what you're presenting. If you want me to, maybe give you a kind of a rough draft of some findings on some things, I can do that. Just have your chairman let me know. I don't want to try to make your findings for you, but I would be happy to maybe rough one out so you can see how I may have some from previous events. In fact, I think, didn't I give you some findings that I did on another?
Oh, yeah, it was on a different situation,
yeah.
but yes.
So that might kind of show how we do it too.
Rick?
Rich Morrell, chair of this committee. That's a lot of work to do between now and next week. Our meeting is next Tuesday. So we've got a lot of work to do between now and Tuesday.
And these things have all.
We got enough time to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to have to work diligently probably every night.
Because
they're available this week?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this deadline isn't one that we set. This is the one that's in the statute, so we can't really do much about it.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session first with Sean for 10 minutes personnel, and then we'll bring Darren in separate from him for a 15-minute legal for a total of 25 minutes. Second. Motion been second, all in favor?
Aye.
we had some action, but we're gonna let Darren go ahead and do his end, but we got some action on Sean's end, but he'll come up after and talk after you.
So I guess I'm just waiting for a decision.
Sean, go ahead and come on.
Commissioners, you've been made aware that our South Shop foreman, Harry Wisdom, after a number of years with the county, has decided to retire and will be leaving us on the 6th of next month. I'd ask permission to put application out to fill that position. And I'd also ask your permission just to throw a small reception here in the building when appropriate for Harry before his departure.
How many years? You got 23?
That I do not know.
I can find it. I think it's more like 30 some years.
Long time in alive, brother.
Hey, as the saying goes, he was here when they laid the brick. Okay. But I would like to put that position out, start acquiring applications for that position, and my staff would also like to get a small reception and send Harry off.
Do we need a motion for any of that? Do we need a motion to accept his retirement or anything like that?
I don't think there'd really be any reason you need to accept. April 13th of 1987 is what I show in here.
That was before I was alive. Well, he's putting in a lot of time. We appreciate everything he's done. So, if you listen, Harry, thank you. You're doing a retirement party. Do we need anything on it? You got a date and all that?
I will get a date pushed out by next week, and we'll get some punch and cake and something to pass on to Harry as he leaves. So I'll get the details of that and bring it to you next week.
Okay. Do we need a motion to allow him to go out for hire?
You could do a motion or just tell him to go ahead. I mean, that's.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
I mean, you're going to have a motion to hire someone when you get somebody.
Right.
I'll come back to you next week with the details, and I'll get that put out. I'll both publish it in the paper, and then I'll put it out to the shops. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if you want to send these recommendations as I presented them back to the planning and zoning, or if you want to alter them and send them back, or your other options are to approve the regulations as presented, or to just reject them outright. Just need a motion to do one of those things.
Gary, as they go through this stuff, if there's something else that they see, can they make that change?
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that if they make any radical changes, then it's going,
right.
The commission may undo them.
Right.
Because when it comes back at the commission, they can revise it then at will. So.
Okay.
I mean, I felt like the commission is pretty happy with things as they are, except for some, these little
right.
tweaks we need. So, yeah, they can make additional improvements if they need to. Just to be clear, the way the statute reads, it says return them to the planning commission for further consideration.
And you said it'd be out of the ordinary to ask for the pros and cons of why are.
Yeah, I mean, you asked about the form of your findings. Your findings could take this form. We discussed this topic thoroughly. Here were the reasons to go this direction. Here were the reasons not to go this direction. And here's why we decided to weigh with this. To look at both sides and say, hey, here's why the weight of these arguments was greater than the weight of these arguments.
How do you guys feel about that?
That's up to you guys, is the way I look at it.
Yeah,
is
just-
what they want.
As far as their findings that they're,
What your findings are, well, I look at it, they're the ones that decided, so they can come up with the findings.
And frankly, when their findings get to you, then that's one step of the process. Then you'll make findings. And if you want to make different findings than they make, you can. I mean, and so the more you put into your findings supporting them, the clearer it is to them why you decided the way you decided. And that's a good thing. That makes your process reasonable.
okay. You ready for a motion?
I think we are.
I'll make a motion that we send the zoning regulations back with these 6 items as detailed.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? Any questions or anything? Nope. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do you have anything else for me?
Thank you, Darren.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have anything else? So we got a lot of things we've brought to discussion the last few months. We got all the construction of the structures that we still have, what we're going to do with them, what our plans are. We have the airport, we have the landfill. Do we want to start bringing any of this stuff back? I know on like the landfill, we're going to have a mayor's meeting to get, I guess. Do we want to put anything on the list next week to try to start getting some of this stuff knocked off instead of just talking about it and putting it out there in the air, let's get something figured out on it and which direction we're going to go. How you feel, Jim?
For budgeting purposes, I really need to know soon about what you're gonna do on some county buildings and how much money you're gonna spend. I don't know if you'll have that by next week, but I've got to get some kind of estimates to be able to complete several of the budgets.
Is our plans to move the appraisers off the 3rd floor to the district court or what?
I think we need to be looking at our plan to move everybody.
I think maybe next week we talk about, we just throw all our options on the table, all our buildings on the table, our plans, what our original plans were, and make sure we're making the right decision.
Do we need to be looking at a different or a general contractor to manage those things, to get us estimates to do things along those lines?
Talking like
trying to find somebody to come in that rehabs buildings on a commercial level to try to get the project moving along a little quicker. Where's that? I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas. Good.
Like the jail, I mean, the old jail building, I think our first plan is not, I mean, we have a tentative plan of what we're going to do with the building, but I think our number one thing we should be thinking about is how much money are we going to put in it to make sure that it's, I mean, doing mold testing, making sure there ain't no underlying issues that we can't see from the outside. I mean, to see if it's beneficial to utilize it as such or figure something else out with it.
Okay.
I mean, don't you guys agree? I mean, I feel like that we'd be making a mistake jumping into it and saying,
I don't want it to be a money pit. No, But
we better make sure we, as far as the mold issue, what we got there before we do anything, because we've already.
I think we should do an entire assessment.
We got to figure out if we can get rid of it or not.
I just don't want to go back. I know in this building we decided to keep it, and the electric ended up costing us a lot more than we anticipated, but we never really looked at any of that stuff. So I just want to be sure we're making the right decision on before we put a plan together to start bringing people in to give us bids on it. I think we need to do the necessary footwork to make sure that if we have to put $80,000 in the building before we even start, I mean, is it worth it? Yeah. Maybe that's what we discuss next week on each.
We'll have to hire somebody to come in to tell us as far as the mold issue, won't we?
I would think so. We, the last time we worked on that old jail, we had a couple companies come in and measure. Remember, David, where we found them? I can't remember how I think found them through the state, didn't we? Somehow?
I don't really know for sure how we came up with them.
Well,
Next week, maybe we talk about the old judicial building and the jail and the attorney's office. If we get a plan of what we need right out the gate to start and to get to the plan that we want.
my concern with moving the appraisers to the judicial building is, what if we determine that we need to move everybody out of the courthouse? Then we're moving them again.
Exactly.
And everything that way. And that's why I'm saying that we need to have the broad plan in place. And I'm fine with looking into the issues and things that way. I think that would be smart.
Yeah, with we'll have a tentative plan in the back of our minds of what we want to do. Just want to be sure that it's not going to cost us $100,000 to get there before we even start construction. That's kind of where I'm at. What do you think?
I'm fine.
What are your thoughts on looking into somebody else managing the project? Yes, no?
I don't know. I mean,
I don't either.
We got to decide what we're going to do, I guess, as far as what we want.
So next week, let's talk about plans of all our options and what we have available, the pros and cons of the buildings. Just talk to them and talk about everything in depth.
Sounds good to me.
I know Chris had thrown together a decent, pretty plan that he had thought out. We'll just put all our options on the table and we'll come up with a tentative plan and then how we're going to move forward with that plan.
To facilitate this faster, if we're going to, and I understand you may want to hire a contractor or an engineer or look at building space, but if we are going to do a mold assessment on the building, if that's going to be one of our first hurdles to get over as to whether or not we have the space available, I'd like to go out and start looking and finding bids for that this week so that I can get ahead of that.
Because that's a big issue in the building. 10 years down the road, if we got the same problem again, it's.
As we're going through meeting notes about it here a few months ago, I knew there was a big issue with the foundation at one time, and I'm sure it's not under warranty anymore. That's the things I want to look into to make sure that we're, those underlying issues that could potentially be.
You're talking about the foundation of the courthouse, not the jail.
Oh, the jail.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Nation's done a lot of repair work on the foundation over there. Is what I found in the meeting notes, and I looked up that. And I know that Alice redid the sewer, and I actually called him about it. He said the sewer lines, there's two of them that run off each. The front part of the building's ran off its own. Kevin, tell me if I'm wrong, and then the jail part runs north, I believe. And he said that those were all good, that we should be all right there. There shouldn't be ever any issues with that. So I've done a little bit of research on it, but I'm pretty sure Nations had done something on the foundation, and I'm sure it was under warranty. So I was going to talk to him about that. The roof, maybe, was there an issue with that at one time?
Yeah, I think they had some leaky.
Has been at times, but I think didn't we put a new coating on that roof a few years ago?
See, that's just the things that I want to look into. And, I know like we, over there at the judicial building, we had that flooding, which is because the guttering goes down into the awnings around the windows and it flooded and went into the building. I mean, those are little things, and it's going to be a lot of work, I know, but so I don't know where we start.
Well, if you want a viability or a mold study, either one, to find out if the former sheriff's department is going to be on that list of buildings that you look at or use for space, then we can go out and try to at least tell you what the mold or a mold and viability study of that building would be by a general contractor.
Because we do the abatements too, and I think they're going to ask you a number of things though to do. They're going to ask you what your plan is. Like back there, we had how many inmates back there? Normal, 20, and it was originally made for how many? 11. So I mean, we're obviously overrunning the air conditioner, doing all that type of stuff, and they're going to ask you that type of. They're going to ask us what our plan is. What are you guys going to have back here? What are you guys going to do? If we just have documents back there, obviously don't have to run the HVAC as much, so it's not going to create as much moisture. I mean, there's a lot of factors. I think we have to have a tentative plan in place of what we want to put over there.
And I think just in general for a plan, what we'd discuss some would be office space in some areas and more storage back in the jail
so
area.
If it's going to be storage, is the light's going to be off? Is there not going to be as much moving air because that's where mold grows? I mean, them are just questions that I believe we have to know before we can go do a mold test and see if there's mold in there. I mean, they can go do that, but
if there's something we can get started to facilitate this, then I'm willing to get started. If you want to wait and find out what we're going to do and then move forward with a plan, that's fine. But if there is a part of this plan that we can start today, then we'll get to work on it, because I'd like to provide whatever discussion material to move forward that you need in advance.
Yeah, no, there is mold there, I guess. We do need to know that.
So do you want to, trying to think, because I would hate to bring a mold or an abatement company come out, test for it, and then have to come back and then leave and then have to remobilize and let us know like, hey,
If we ask them to test for it and tell us if there is, what mitigation would be necessary or a cost of that, then I'm sure we'd at least get some information. But as far as what the cost of that would be, I have no clue.
I guess we can reach out to them and see what they say.
Yeah, I mean,
just talk to them.
With it being cold at night and hot in the day, there's probably a lot of growth if there is. So we do need to get on it. I got a few companies I can send your way too.
I'll reach out to them this week and see if we can get some numbers and at least get an idea of what it's going to take to get this accomplished and get started on it.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean.
So then next week we can just put on the agenda to have a lengthy discussion on.
So I've got, I already have, well, I penciled in Joey at 11 next week. I haven't talked to him about time yet. And we could probably, we've still got a 10:30 open at the moment. We've got People's Telecom coming in 10:15 next week. I think they've wrapped up their project and want to come in and talk about the ARPA funds. So at the moment, I went ahead and penciled in building discussion at 11:30. Okay. Some of these times might change a little bit as the week goes on.
So beyond our building structures, is there anything else that's really that we need to discuss before we hit budgets hard?
I don't know if Chris has got any more information on digital radios for fire yet. If we need to talk about that get that worked out before budgets are completed. I can ask Chris about that. But some of that I think was gonna depend on who all we were buying radios for. And also, I don't remember where all the funding, but we can find out. I don't have at this moment anyone scheduled for budget next week. I would expect that I'll get some in the next 2 or 3 days. If I can get time to get started, at least on some of the ones that I do, I'll try to get some of them ready for next week too, because we're gonna have to hit them pretty hard the next few weeks to get them all done.
And I know I'm being very particular, but and I'm not saying Janet did hers wrong, this is how we've always done it, but I don't think that I'm going to be able to approve any more budgets unless they give me, I mean, I know she gave us, I wanted some narrative behind of what their office does, like from start to finish. I mean, I think the public needs to know what the office does, there's a lot of stuff that we've missed throughout the years that, like the airport, for instance, we paid Pleasanton this much taxes and we have to do this and we have to pay taxes because we don't have or we're not exempt because we pay it. I mean, I believe those are things that I want to know inside the budget. I don't think a budget's just a number to me. I mean,
I honestly don't know what you're looking for on that.
a description of contractual commodities and capital outlay.
My office, just as an example, description of what my office does is like mentioned 900 times in state statutes.
No,
I mean, how do you go through all that?
I just feel like there's a lot of stuff that's kind of just ran the way it has for so many years and we've missed it. I don't know how we do it. A budget is more than just numbers in a 3-minute display. I don't know.
I truly don't know where I'd even start to try to put anything in a narrative on what we do. I mean, I could give you 100 pages of things we do in there.
Well, I don't know if you think that's a dumb question or not, but I mean, I don't know how I'm supposed to say
So-
an approved budget that I don't know what every single dollar goes to, and I think the community would feel the same. I'd hope.
So on page 2 of what she sent to us, so this right here, it kind of details out what she's got as far as contractual.
No, I see that. Yeah, I think that we got to talk about all that stuff.
In the past, there have been occasions where the commissioners asked if you were going to vary your budget from last year to provide a written justification for it. I don't know if that is helpful to what you're saying.
I mean, I just think we need to have some kind of outline of how the budget should be presented to us. I mean, for instance, the Historic Society, they get $40,000. Why? How? Where's that money go to? How's it distributed? Where did that formula even come from? How did we get to that number? I mean, you know what I mean?
Well, I know what you mean. I mean, like
we've spent how much money, Kevin, on the juvenile intake in the last 3 years? I think you told me numbers one time.
65,000 a year ish and lower, sometimes higher.
It's about $1,900 a night. That's crazy to me.
So if you want to discuss that, I mean, Linn County's been in a contract with Southeast Kansas Juvenile Justice Center since 96 or 7. And right now, David does the budget on that. I think it's 63 or 65,000. I can tell you in 21, we used them for 2 nights. So you're at $30,000 a night. You're paying for that situation ish. I mean, around that dollar amount. There's cheaper ways to do it.
That's guaranteeing us beds where we were there, but like, okay, other counties like Anderson County, I know they go to 2 different places now. How do they guarantee the bed there? I guess, Kevin's my question is it's guaranteed, but they just pay for the nights they use.
Yeah, I just went up and toured Wyandotte County. It's a beautiful facility built 3 or 4 years ago. $21 million facility. They house around 50. Right now they're at half because of staffing. So I think when I was up there, I think they had 17 or 19 in.
been in talking with the sheriff there, and it's $150 a night for their facility. His belief is that, well, their warden for the facility believes that they'll have enough people to house by the first of the year, but you're guessing, you know.
What happens if there isn't a bed available there, I guess, because of that?
You have to reach to other places, just like Anderson would. I think they have 2 or 3 facilities kind of on call. Yeah.
That's what I was told.
Yeah, that's one budget. I mean, if we took that and attributed, I think I'd done a 5-year historical projection on that. And if we allotted, you know, for every night of stay, $150, I think we'd paid $321,000 more than the allotment, just because of the years that we've, you know, used them. The most we've ever housed in a year over the last 5 years, I got the numbers from Southeast Kansas Juvenile Justice, and the most nights we had used over the past 5 or 6 years were 59. So if you look at that, and we paid somewhere around, I think that year was 53 or 55,000. We're at $700, $800, $900 a night for juvenile housing. You'd be a load better off just to go out and, you know, kind of get in business with somebody like Wyandotte or those who own their own juvenile detention facility. And maybe you have 2 or 3 of those places that you could utilize, and you might have to make 2 or 3 calls to find a bed, you know, but there's better ways to do that. And we've done it an extremely expensive way.
And that's the things I want to look at doing. I know, and I don't know if you're coming defensive or not. That's not what I meant. You're the very first one.
And I have an explanation.
No, I know, but and I'm not saying you were wrong. I knew you were going to get mad about that.
No,
I want to know, like that, for instance. I mean, that is a lot of money. And, you know, we gave everybody $1 raise, and we took it from the jail funds, but we don't plan to do that moving forward. So I feel like we got to be sure we're doing everything proper to grow in this county. I mean, it's a budget to me is, maybe I'm a dumbass, but excuse my language, but a numbers is not just a budget to me. A budget is an outline of how your office runs, what you think as a department head could be different, how you think it could run better. Throw it all out on the table. Let us know what it is. That's a budget to me. And then at the end, let us know what it is. Does that make sense? I mean, or am I talking wild?
I truly don't know what all I would give you on something like that.
I mean, do other counties go off of like some kind of budget outline that they send to each?
This form is the one prescribed by the state.
They put a whole lot of thought into it. No, I know you did, yeah. And I mean, I've seen those items, you know, and I get it. You know, I would like to hear department heads' opinions on how we do things and how we could do it better, save money or whatever. I mean, I feel like that we do a lot of stuff. We don't change stuff until it's broken pretty much around here. We don't ever, and I feel like budget's a time that we should really get down into the nitty gritty about stuff. And maybe I'm asking a lot, but we're asking a lot of tax money from the community too. So I think they need to know exactly where every dollar goes.
Part of the issue, Danny, is that budgets for elected officials, I mean, all they're really required to do is say, here's how much I need to run my department.
Well, I don't feel like that there should be that division in the county, though. I mean, I think we should all be able to lean on each other and our ultimate goal is to make sure that our tax dollars are utilized properly. Because I tell you, the intake thing is that's not utilized properly.
Well, I don't know if we mentioned this or not. I did review that agreement, and we can pull out of that. We have to give notice, I believe, didn't I say by July 1st of this year if we want to quit January 1st of next year?
It's like the trash compactor things. We haven't had contracts on that since 1920. I mean, why that should be brought up during budget season, talked about, you know, and make sure that we're doing everything in the contract correctly. I mean, I feel like that's a budget to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that. How do you guys feel?
I think you're talking about strategies and budgets, you know, and while they do overlap in certain areas, we haven't put together a strategic plan or focused in on how things are going to run or anything along those lines.
I know that's what I'm asking during the budget, if we can get that included in the budget.
It might ought to be a separate process. I think that's what Jason's saying.
That is what I'm saying. And I'm saying that it has to be something that is done before we're starting to approve budgets, that they need time to come up with the figures, to come up with the things. They need to have input on that strategy as well, So if we're using Janet as our guinea pig on this, she needs to have input into what's going to be going on with her office and what strategies she's going to be using going forward, and how she's going to how it's going to affect her budget, but those things can't happen now because.
Well, I know, I agree, but I've been saying it since I've been sitting here that that's the way I'd like to do things, and it never changes. We talk about it, but we take on one item at a time. The airport, look how much money we lost there. We had to get in the nitty gritty dirty about it. The juvenile intake, we had to get into that. I mean, nothing's ever brought to our attention, and then when it is, it's like, hell, you guys aren't even doing your job. Like, what do we do about it? I mean, I'm just not happy with how our budgets go. That's just it.
Well, like Janet's, I don't think Janet's got much control over.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't know. And
it costs her so much to do her different steps. I mean, like go back to her newspaper, it's going to take so much. It's going to take stamps. It's her manpower, her wages. I think that there's certain budgets out there that we don't have any control over at all. I mean, certain parts of it.
No, I agree with that.
It's kind of set. Well, there's things that maybe Janet can see that she could do better, is what I think, I mean, and that's what I'd hope, that she'd been an elected official would come to us and tell us. That's, I can see we can save this, just like Kevin mentioned with the juvenile deal. I mean, I don't take enough of the time, maybe it's my fault, but I don't take enough time to research all of them. I rely on you people to bring this information to me, and just like Kevin, him bringing this to me, and I appreciate that. But I don't take the time to do all that, and maybe that's maybe that's my problem. I don't know, but if I got to rely on the information that's been brought to me to make my decision, I guess.
That's not your problem, because we've got to be managing the big picture.
I right. Like that, but,
which we're not. It's just been rolling for so many years, and we just jumped on the boat, and it's still rolling like that until we hit an iceberg. I mean, that's just what it is. I don't know. I'm just not happy with it. I mean, that's just my opinion. We have no.
The way I look at it isn't all our fault of whatnot we don't know about. If we don't know the whole numbers, we can't fix it.
I know, that's what I'm trying to say. How do we get to that point where?
It's a team effort. It's a team effort.
What do you think?
Can we look at doing strategic planning every other year or something along those lines? And set up something that way? Do you want an outside facilitator? What?
You talk
how much
about
do you want to spend?
Taxes at the airport. I signed off on that for 2 years. I caught it the second year.
No, I know. And that's,
and
exactly.
So basically I looked at that and I signed off on it for 2 years. So, I'm at fault for not, when I looked at the claims a year ago, that I didn't catch it.
No, I agree 100%.
And then we all sat here and signed off on it.
Right.
So maybe we need to spend a little bit more time looking at the claims. I mean,
I think we got to spend a little time on everything. It's like, and I'm going to pick on the Historic Society because I just don't know exactly how it operates.
Well, you go back to that. You give them all each $8,000 a year.
Yeah, but why? I mean, how come? I mean, I'd like to know why.
For the maintenance of their building and their insurance.
Yeah, but some of them aren't. Some of them aren't open unless you go make an appointment with them. And I feel like that's the Historic Society.
It still
commission or their group.
It still takes money to operate their little deal. I mean, what it is, and they got the insurance and everything there.
But if we fund them, do they not have a committee?
I think they have some type of countywide
Well,
organization.
I have no idea what it is, and they don't ever come in here and talk to us about it. I mean, that's the things I'm just like, what? Huh?
I believe there's a county historical society that's made up of representatives of each of the local historical societies. Isn't that how it works?
I think so.
And they have agreed some time back with commission approval to take this $40,000 and divide it up among the local historical society. I believe that's it.
And I'm just using them for an example. I'm not saying they're doing it wrong or right, so please don't call me over it and yell, but I just, how come they aren't presenting their budget to us and the rhyme to their reason of why
Because they're not a separate fund, or they're not a separate, I don't, do they usually come in and ask for anything? They don't even make an appearance, do they, David?
Not unless
They're after.
one comes in and the other once more, it's a child fight.
usually.
I think they have a new chairperson, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, you can certainly invite their chairperson to come in and speak to you about the budget.
And that's one of those, I don't know if there's any statutory duty for us to help fund those things or not. There's not that I'm aware of. But again, without our help on it, would they be able to keep operating? I don't know. Without them coming in and talking about it.
And I just think that's the things that we need to know. And if budget ain't the time to do it, okay, but we got to figure something out.
So do you have questions on Janet's budget?
I don't know. But I just got it, so I don't.
If we're just tentatively agreed to it, so you've got a little time to look at it, Danny.
No, I agree.
Well, I have it.
Yes, you do.
And I'm not saying you don't, and I don't want you thinking I'm picking on you, but I'm just using.
Give you a breakdown of where every dime goes.
No, maybe I'm out of my mind on what I want, but we got to find funds somewhere because we're the STARS program. We just funded them. We gave a $256,000.
You just gave the STARS quite a bit of money, Danny, and I didn't see too much paperwork on that deal myself, but to see that and you funded it.
Maybe I'm wrong, guys. Maybe we don't go into detail. I don't know.
Well, you just funded that, Danny.
Yeah, I did, and it's very important. It's probably one of the most important things in the county to me.
How do you know that?
Because it's important to me. The kids in this county are important.
Okay. Well, you're saying
I think instead of voting against everything,
right here,
I think
asking for numbers,
and that's our
that's
job.
What we're talking about. We just funded something for $300,000. We never had any numbers for it.
We did have numbers for it.
Not very many. And really, where's it going to? Where's the money going? Do you know that?
Yeah, the
You
program.
can explain to me where that money's going, exactly what it's going to do.
We're not here to get in a debate. I mean, you voted against,
if we're going to talk about
against
this,
everything.
let's
You voted against everything on the jail. Now you want to utilize it to pay for the general fund. Like, it's not. I'm not going to get into it. All right. Guess we can start the discussion up next week again about the budgets. Has anybody got anything else? I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Gary.